Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient halls of Minastirith's library held many secrets, but none as mysterious as the one Gandalf discovered on that fateful autumn evening. Dust motes danced in the dying sunlight that filtered through the high-arched windows, casting long shadows across towering shelves of weathered tomes and forgotten scrolls. The Grey Wizard's footsteps echoed softly against the marble floors as he followed a trail of strange, silvery runes that seemed to appear and vanish with each passing breath. "Curious," he muttered, running his weathered fingers along the spine of an ancient book that pulsed with a faint blue light. Very curious indeed. His eyes narrowed beneath his bushy brows as he traced the ethereal symbols that wound their way deeper into the library's restricted section, where even the steward of Gondor seldom ventured. The trail led him to a chamber he had never seen before, though he had walked these halls countless times over the centuries. Ancient tapestries adorned the walls, depicting scenes of battles long forgotten and kingdoms long fallen. But it was the object at the chamber's center that drew his attention. A tall mirror of obsidian and silver, its frame adorned with intricate runes that seemed to shift and change as he watched. As Gandalf approached, the surface of the mirror began to ripple like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. His reflection wavered and dissolved, replaced by visions that made his ancient heart grow cold. The white tree of Gondor withering under a sky of ash, the great gates of Moria breaking under an assault not of ORCs or trolls, but of creatures of shadow and flame unlike any he had ever seen. And through it all, a familiar figure moved, a young woman with silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "I wondered when you would find this place, Mithrandir," came a soft voice from the shadows. Gandalf turned, his hand tightening on his staff, to find a young woman stepping into the lamplight. Her appearance matched exactly the figure he had seen in the mirror's visions. "Who are you, child?" he asked, though something in her eyes told him she was far older than she appeared. "I am Elara," she replied, her voice carrying echoes of ancient power. "Some call me the mirror's guardian, though in truth, it is the mirror that guards me." She moved closer to the obsidian surface, her fingers tracing patterns in the air before it. "I have waited long for you, for only together can we prevent what the mirror has shown." The wizard's eyes narrowed. "And what exactly has it shown you?" "The awakening of something that should have remained forever sleeping," Elara answered, her voice trembling slightly. "In the shadowed mountains, there stirs a force older than Sauron, older even than the first Dark Lord. The mirror has shown me its awakening, and each vision leads back to you, Mithrandir." Over the next several days, Gandalf and Elara pored over ancient texts and studied the mirror's visions. They learned of an ancient entity known as Morlith, a being of pure chaos that had been imprisoned by the Valar themselves before even the First Age. The signs of its stirring were subtle, but unmistakable. The strange shadows that crept across the land, the whispers in the dark that drove men to madness, the unexplained disappearances in the mountains. But it was the final vision that troubled Gandalf most deeply. In it, he saw himself standing before the imprisoned entity, his staff raised high, attempting to strengthen its ancient bonds. Yet with each spell he cast, the bonds weakened further, until finally they shattered completely. "The mirror shows many things," Elara said softly, watching the vision fade. some that were, some that are, and some that may yet come to pass. But it always shows the truth, even if we do not wish to see it. Their research led them to a terrible conclusion. The very magic that Gandalf wielded as one of the Astari was of the same ancient power that had been used to imprison Morleth. Each time he cast a spell near the creature's prison, he unknowingly weakened its bonds. "Then I must go," Gandalf declared, rising from his seat among the scattered scrolls. "If my presence threatens to unleash this evil upon Middle-earth, I must distance myself from no." Elara interrupted, placing a hand on his arm. "The mirror has shown me more. Without your power, without your presence, the bonds will fail regardless. We must find another way." Together, they discovered writings about an ancient artifact called the Keystone of Binding, created by the Veiler themselves. It had the power to strengthen magical bonds, but had been lost for ages. The mirror revealed its location, deep within the shadowed mountains, perilously close to Morleth's prison. Their journey into the mountains was treacherous. Shadow wraiths, servants of the stirring evil, haunted their steps. In dark caves and across treacherous peaks, Gandalf and Elara faced trials that tested both their power and their resolve. The wizard's staff illuminated their path, while Elara's mysterious connection to the mirror allowed her to glimpse moments ahead, saving them from numerous dangers. Finally, they reached the chamber where the keystone lay. But as Gandalf moved to claim it, the mirror's final prophecy became clear. The keystone could indeed strengthen Morleth's prison, but doing so required a sacrifice. One of them would have to become part of the binding itself, their power and essence used to reinforce the ancient bonds. "It must be me," Elara said quietly, her silver eyes meeting Gandalf's. "This is why the mirror chose me, why it has preserved me through the ages. My power combined with the keystone will strengthen the prison for another age. There must be another way," Gandalf insisted, but in his heart, he knew she spoke the truth. The ritual was both beautiful and terrible to behold. As Elara merged with the keystone, her form became pure light, weaving through the ancient bonds that held Morleth prisoner. Gandalf directed the power with his staff, his voice rising in words of power that had not been spoken since the First Age. When it was done, the prison's bonds shone with renewed strength. Elara's physical form was gone, but Gandalf could feel her presence woven through the very fabric of the binding spell. The mirror, when he returned to Minas Tirith, showed only his own reflection. Yet sometimes, in the depths of night, when the stars shine brightest over the shadowed mountains, those who walk those peaks speak of seeing a silver-haired woman in the moonlight, keeping her eternal vigil over forces that must never again be awakened. And in the ancient library of Minas Tirith, the mirror stands silent, waiting for the next time its guidance will be needed to preserve the delicate balance between light and shadow in Middle-earth. Story 2. Beyond the mist-shrouded peaks of the northern waste, where ancient glaciers crept like frozen rivers across the landscape, Gandalf the Grey trudged through knee-deep snow, his staff glowing with a warm light that barely penetrated the swirling snowstorm. The urgent message from the rangers of the north had been clear. Something was stirring in these frozen lands, something that hadn't moved in thousands of years. The wind carried whispers of an ancient power awakening, and with each step northward, Gandalf felt the air grow colder, as if winter itself was gathering its strength around him. His breath formed crystals in his beard, and even his enchanted staff struggled to keep the killing cold at bay. "By the Veiler," he muttered, as a massive shape emerged from the blizzard. Before him stood an ice formation, unlike any he had seen in all his centuries in Middle-earth, a perfect dome of transparent ice, beneath which lay the colossal form of a sleeping ice dragon. Its scales gleamed like diamonds, and even in slumber, its presence radiated an ancient power that made the very air crackle with frost. But it was not alone. As Gandalf circled the dome, he counted 3 more such structures, each containing a sleeping beast of similar magnificence. The ice dragons of the north, creatures of legend that had slumbered since the First Age, were beginning to stir. A distant roar shattered the winter silence, different from the howling wind, warmer, more urgent. Gandalf turned toward the sound, his keen eyes piercing the snowstorm. Through the white haze, he glimpsed flashes of orange light and heard the clash of steel against scales. Following the commotion, he crested a ridge to find a scene of chaos. A young fire dragon, no larger than a horse, was surrounded by a group of heavily armed dragon hunters. Their armor was crafted from ancient dragon scales, and their weapons glowed with runes of binding. The creature fought valiantly, but its flames seemed weak, nearly extinguished by the overwhelming cold. "Stand down." Gandalf's voice boomed across the battlefield, his staff flaring with white light. The hunters turned, startled by his sudden appearance. Their leader, a tall figure in frost-white armor, stepped forward. "This doesn't concern you, old man," the hunter called out. "This is the last fire drake in the northern waste, and its heart will fetch a fine price in the markets of Ron, the dragon." Sensing an ally, retreated closer to Gandalf. Its scales were the color of sunset, and its eyes held an intelligence that spoke of more than mere beast. "They seek not just my life," the dragon spoke in a voice like crackling flames, "but the power to wake my ancient kin of ice. My flame is all that keeps the ice dragons in their eternal slumber." Understanding dawned on Gandalf. The recent stirring of the ice dragons wasn't natural. It was caused by the weakening of an ancient balance. Fire and ice had danced an eternal dance in these lands, each keeping the other in check. "I am Pyrrhus," the fire dragon continued, "last guardian of the northern gate. My ancestors have kept watch here since the First Age, our warm breath maintaining the ice that imprisons those who would bring eternal winter to all lands." The hunter leader laughed, a cold sound that echoed across the frozen waste. "The age of dragons is ending, beast. The world of men has no place for such creatures." He raised his run sword, signaling his men to attack. Gandalf struck his staff against the ground, creating a ring of blue flame that forced the hunters back. "Those who forget the old powers," he warned, "are doomed to fall before them." His free hand reached for Glamdring, the ancient elven blade glowing with a pale light as he drew it. The battle that followed was like a dance of fire and ice. Gandalf and Pyrrhus fought back to back against the hunters, the wizard's spells complementing the dragon's weakened flame. But the hunters were skilled in their craft, their enchanted weapons capable of deflecting both magic and dragonfire. As the fight raged on, the ice domes began to crack. The ancient dragons within stirred, their slumber disturbed by the chaos around them. Gandalf could feel their consciousness awakening, bringing with them a cold that threatened to extinguish all warmth from the world. In a desperate gambit, Pyrrhus revealed his secret. "There is a way, Mithrandir. The ancient pact can be renewed, but it requires a joining of powers that has not been attempted since the Elder Days." Understanding flowed between them without words. Gandalf raised his staff high, channeling his power into Pyrrhus. The fire dragon's flames erupted not orange but white-hot, infused with the power of the Istari. Together, they began an ancient incantation, their voices joining in a language older than Middle-earth itself. The hunters, recognizing the danger too late, tried to interrupt the ritual. But the power flowing between wizard and dragon created a barrier they couldn't penetrate. The very air seemed to vibrate with the power of their spell. Light exploded outward from Pyrrhus in a ring of fire that didn't burn, but transformed, turning to crystalline ice as it spread. The ice domes regenerated, stronger than before, sealing the ancient ice dragons in their slumber once more. But this time, the ice was shot through with veins of eternal flame, creating a perfect balance that would maintain itself for ages to come. When the light faded, the hunters were gone, either fled or transformed into ice sculptures by the power of the spell. Pyrrhus stood transformed as well, his scales now containing both fire and ice, swirling together in an eternal dance. "The pact is renewed," the dragon said, his voice carrying new depth and power. "But I am changed, as are you, Mithrandir. We are now bound to this land, its guardians until the breaking of the world." Gandalf nodded, feeling the truth of it in his very being. Part of his power would always remain here, bound to the ancient magics that kept the balance of fire and ice. It was a price he willingly paid to prevent an eternal winter that would have consumed all of Middle-earth. In the years that followed, travelers in the far north would sometimes speak of seeing a strange sight: a great dragon whose scales shimmered with both flame and frost, soaring through the aurora-lit sky. And beside it, they claimed to see a figure in gray, riding the winter winds as if they were nothing more than a gentle spring breeze. But few ever ventured close enough to confirm these tales, for the northern waste remained a place of ancient powers, where fire and ice danced their eternal dance, keeping the world in balance. And so the tale was told in the halls of men and in the forests of elves, of how Gandalf the Grey and Pyrrhus the Flame became the guardians of the north, their sacrifice ensuring that the ancient ice dragons would never again threaten to bring eternal winter to the lands of Middle-earth. Story 3. The ancient forest of Fangorn whispered with voices that grew fainter with each passing day. Gandalf stood beneath the towering canopy, his weathered hand pressed against the bark of what had once been Elmheart, an ent he had known for over 1,000 years. Now, the once mighty shepherd of the forest stood silent and still, transformed into nothing more than an ordinary tree. "This is the 9th one this moon cycle," came the deep, slow voice of Treebird behind him. The ancient ent's eyes glowed with a dim green light, heavy with worry. "We are becoming hasty with our concern, Mithrandir. Our songs no longer reach them, and our youngest saplings refuse to wake at all." Autumn leaves drifted down around them, but these were not the vibrant colors of natural change. They were gray and lifeless, as if the very essence of the Ents was draining away into the earth. Gandalf's eyes narrowed as he studied the patterns in the bark of his old friend Elmheart. They seemed to form characters in an ancient script he hadn't seen in many ages. "We must seek Radagast," Gandalf declared, already reaching for his staff. "There is more at work here than a simple ailment of the forest." The brown wizard was found in his sanctuary at Roscobel, surrounded by chattering birds and scurrying creatures. His eyes widened at Gandalf's news, and he immediately began gathering herbs and ancient scrolls. "I have seen the signs," Radagast muttered, releasing a thrush with an urgent message. "The trees near the old elven settlements have been whispering strange songs in their sleep. Songs that speak of a debt unpaid and a promise broken." Together, the two wizards journeyed back to Fangorn, where they discovered something extraordinary. In the deepest part of the forest, where even Treebird rarely ventured, they found a grove of silver-barked trees arranged in a perfect circle. At its center stood a stone pedestal, covered in the same ancient script Gandalf had seen on Elmheart. "These markings," Radagast breathed, running his fingers over the weathered stone. "They're from the First Age, before the awakening of the Ents." As they studied the inscription, a memory stirred in Gandalf's mind, not from his time as Gandalf, but from long ago, when he was still Olorin in Valinor. He remembered watching the first elves teaching the trees to speak, but there was something else. A compact made between the firstborn Ents and the elves. By the Valar, he whispered, the truth dawning on him. The Ents were not just taught by the elves, they were bound to them. A pact of mutual protection and wisdom sharing. But when the elves began leaving Middle-earth, the pact began to unravel. Radagast finished, understanding lighting his eyes. And now, with so few elves remaining, the ancient magic is failing, but there was more. As Gandalf delved deeper into his ancient memories, he recalled his own role in this tale. As Olorin, he had been present at the binding, had added his own power to strengthen the pact. In doing so, He had inadvertently tied the fate of the Ents not just to the elves, but to the very music of Arda itself. A haunting melody began to echo through the grove, as if the trees themselves were trying to remind him of something long forgotten. Treebird and several other Ents gathered around, their eyes reflecting the same ancient light that emanated from the pedestal. "There is a way," Gandalf said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "But it requires finding the last keeper of the Elder Songs, an elf who never chose to leave, but instead went into a deep slumber to maintain the last threads of the ancient magic." Their search led them to a hidden valley deep within Fangorn, where the trees grew so close together that no light penetrated their canopy. Here, suspended in the heart of an ancient willow, they found Restful, the songkeeper, her silver hair intertwined with the willow's branches, her ageless face peaceful in eternal sleep. "She was my first teacher," Treebird rumbled softly. "The one who taught us the oldest songs, but waking her proved dangerous." As Gandalf approached, the willow's branches began to writhe, and a dark voice echoed through the forest, the voice of the broken pact itself, manifesting as a shadow that threatened to consume both Ents and forest alike. "I remember now," Gandalf said, raising his staff. "The pact was meant to be renewed every age by both elf and Ent together. When it wasn't, it began to corrupt, turning the very magic meant to preserve life into a force of stagnation. What followed was a battle unlike any other, not fought with swords or spells, but with songs." Gandalf, drawing upon his memories as Olorin, began to sing in the ancient tongue of Valinor. Radagast joined him, his voice carrying the deep rhythms of the earth. The Ents added their slow, powerful harmonies, and gradually, Liriniel began to stir. The shadow fought back, trying to maintain its hold over the forest. Trees groaned and creaked, their branches clashing like armies in battle. But as Liriniel's eyes opened, her voice joined the chorus, pure and clear as starlight, and the shadow began to fade. The renewal of the pact manifested as a wave of green light that swept through Fangorn. Where it passed, life returned to the dormant Ents, and new strength flowed into the ancient trees. Elmhart's bark softened and his eyes opened, along with dozens of others who had begun to fall into tree sleep. But the price of renewal was high. Liriniel could not return to her slumber. The pact required her to walk among the Ents, teaching new songs and maintaining the balance. And Gandalf found that part of his power would forever be tied to Fangorn, a constant reminder of his role in both the creating and healing of the ancient bond. "The forest will remember your song," Mithrandir, Liriniel, said as they parted, "as will all who dwell within it." In the years that followed, travelers through Fangorn would sometimes speak of hearing strange and beautiful music drifting through the trees, elvish voices mingling with the deep, slow songs of the Ents, and underneath it all, the faint echo of a wizard's power, helping to maintain the harmony of one of Middle-earth's most ancient pacts. And if one listened carefully on quiet nights, they might hear Gandalf's voice among the chorus, singing the songs that kept the forest's heart beating and its guardians awake, ensuring that the bond between elf and Ent would never again come close to breaking. Story 4. Deep beneath the misty mountains, in the vast halls of Moria, torchlight flickered against walls of polished stone, as Gandalf followed King Durin Vi through corridors that seemed to whisper with ancient secrets. The wizard's staff cast additional light, revealing intricate patterns carved into the ceiling that told stories of the dwarven realm's glory. "It began 3 moons ago," Durin said, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "At first, we thought it was merely the settling of ancient stone, but," he paused, his hand brushing against the cold wall. "Listen." Gandalf stood still, and in the silence, he heard it as sounding like anything he'd encountered in all his centuries in Middle-earth. Not the guttural growls of Oarces, nor the rumbling of earth, but something more akin to chanting in a language that made his very soul shiver. "Your miners have gone no deeper?" Gandalf asked, though he already knew the answer. The dwarves of Moria were nothing if not curious, and the whispers had surely drawn them like moths to flame. "We lost 3 teams in the lower depths," Durin replied, his eyes shadowed with grief. "They didn't die, Mithrander. They changed. Started speaking in tongues, their eyes turned black as obsidian. We had to seal them in the deep chambers." The king led Gandalf to a vast circular chamber hundreds of feet below the main halls. Ancient pillars rose like stone trees into darkness, each carved with runes that pulsed with a faint, silvery light. At the chamber's center stood a peculiar altar, its surface etched with patterns that seemed to shift and move when viewed directly. "This is no dwarf craft," Gandalf muttered, studying the runes. "These markings predate even the First Age." He placed his hand upon the altar, and immediately visions flooded his mind, glimpses of a time before the sun and moon, when the very mountains were young and beings of immense power walked the earth. A deep voice echoed through his consciousness. "The Valar imprisoned us, but they could not contain our dreams." The voice was ancient, vast, carrying memories of a time before time itself. Gandalf withdrew his hand as if burned. "This is a ritual chamber," he announced, his voice grave. "Your ancestors built their halls around something far older, King Durin. Something that should have remained buried." Over the next several days, Gandalf delved deeper into the mystery. In the great library of Moria, he found references to beings called the Stone Singers, entities that had existed since the shaping of Arda itself. They had been imprisoned by the Valar for attempting to unmake the world and reshape it in their own image. But the true revelation came when he discovered an ancient scroll written in a script so old it took him hours to decipher. The Stone Singers hadn't been merely imprisoned. They had been transformed into the very foundation stones of the mountains themselves. Their consciousness remained, dreaming endless dreams of freedom, occasionally reaching out to those who dwelled too close to their prison. The whispers were growing stronger, because the dwarves' deep mining had begun to crack the magical seals that held the Stone Singers in their eternal slumber. Each swing of a dwarf's pickaxe weakened the ancient bonds a little more. There might be a way, Gandalf told Durin in the king's private chambers. "The Balrog that lurks in your deep places, it is not your only ancient enemy, but it might be turned to our advantage." The plan was dangerous, perhaps foolish, but it was their only hope. The Balrog's fire could be used to reforge the magical seals, using the very force of chaos to reinforce order. But it would require Gandalf to perform a ritual that would put his own immortal spirit at risk. In the depths of Moria, Gandalf stood before the altar once more, this time surrounded by dwarven warriors led by King Durin himself. The wizard raised his staff, beginning an incantation in a language that made the very stones tremble. The whispers rose to a crescendo, and shadows deeper than mere darkness began to seep from the walls. The Stone Singers were awakening, fighting against their bonds with all their ancient might. Several dwarven warriors fell to their knees, their eyes turning black as the entities attempted to possess them. "Stand fast," Gandalf commanded, his voice carrying power that made the shadows retreat momentarily. He struck his staff against the altar, sending out pulses of blue light that formed protective circles around the dwarves. Then came the heat waves of it rolling through the chamber as the Balrog responded to Gandalf's summons. The demon of shadow and flame emerged from the depths, its wings spreading from wall to wall, its eyes fixing upon the wizard with ancient hatred. But Gandalf was ready. As the Balrog charged, the wizard began the second part of his spell words of binding and transformation that would use the demon's own fire to strengthen the very prison it wanted to destroy. The chamber became a maelstrom of shadow, flame, and light as 3 ancient powers clashed. The Stone Singers fought back with all their might, their whispers becoming screams that threatened to shatter both mind and stone. The Balrog's flames rose higher, threatening to consume everything. At the center of it all stood Gandalf, his staff blazing with white light, his voice never faltering as he wove the complex spell. In the end, it was the sacrifice of King Durin that turned the tide. As Gandalf's strength began to fail, the king stepped forward and placed his crown, an ancient artifact of power in its own right, upon the altar. The mithril in the crown resonated with Gandalf's spell, creating a harmony that even the stone singers couldn't resist. The chamber filled with light so bright that even Gandalf had to shield his eyes. When it faded, the whispers were gone. The Balrog had retreated to its depths, and the walls of Moria gleamed with new strength. The seals had been reformed, stronger than before, reinforced by the very power that had threatened to break them. But the victory came with a price. Much of Gandalf's power had been expended in the ritual, and he could feel that a part of him would forever remain bound to Moria, helping to maintain the seals that held the stone singers in their slumber. "We will set guards here," Durin declared, looking at the altar that now gleamed with a soft, constant light. "And no pick shall ever strike these walls again." As Gandalf emerged from Moria days later, he carried with him both victory and warning. The shadows beneath the mountain had been contained, but not destroyed. And in the years to come, when darkness fell upon Moria and the Balrog rose again, some would whisper that it was not acting alone, that something deeper and older had joined forces with it, something that still dreamed of unmaking the world. Story 5. The ancient ruins stood silent under a silver moon, their weathered stones bearing witness to secrets lost to time. Gandalf traced the faint markings on a fallen column, his eyes narrowing as he recognized symbols that shouldn't exist in Middle-earth ruins of power that belonged to Valinor itself. For weeks, he had followed a trail of similar markings across the wilderness, each one bearing traces of a power he hadn't felt since leaving the Undying Lands. "So it's true," he murmured, his hand passing over the glowing symbols. There was a sixth. The revelation had come to him in fragments, whispers from the eagles, strange tales from the eldest of the elves, and most tellingly, dreams that spoke of another Istari, one sent in secret by the Valar themselves. Unlike the 5 known wizards, this one had come with a specific mission, carrying knowledge that even Gandalf, as Olorin, had not been privy to. The ruins suddenly trembled, and a soft blue light emanated from beneath the ancient stones. Gandalf's staff flared in response, recognizing the presence of another being of similar power. From the shadows emerged a figure in robes that seemed to shift between midnight blue and the color of starlight. "I wondered when you would find me, Olorin," the figure said, lowering its hood to reveal features that were both familiar and alien. "I am Lumerus, though that was not my name in Valinor, the 6th, Gandalf replied, his grip tightening on his staff. "Why were we not told of you?" "Because my mission was different from yours," Lumerus answered, moving closer. The air around him shimmered with barely contained power. "I was sent not to guide or protect, but to find a way back, a path that could return us to Valinor without abandoning our duties here." The revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. A way back to Valinor? The implications were staggering. But as he studied his fellow Istari more closely, he noticed something troubling in the other's eyes, a darkness that reminded him too much of Saruman's fall. "You found something," Gandalf said carefully, "but it wasn't what you expected, was it?" Lumerus laughed, a sound that made the stones around them vibrate. "Oh, I found it, brother. In the deepest places of Middle-earth, where the very fabric of reality grows thin, I discovered the ancient paths the Valar themselves once walked. But I also found something else, knowledge of what we truly are, and what we could become." The 6th wizard raised his hand, and the ruins around them began to transform. The broken stones rose and reformed, creating a perfect circle of towering monoliths. At their center, a pool of silver liquid appeared, its surface reflecting not the night sky above, but the shores of Valinor. "Look," Lumerus commanded, gesturing to the pool. "Look at what could be yours again." Gandalf approached cautiously, his heart aching at the sight of the undying lands. But as he neared the pool, he sensed something wrong, a corruption in the magic that maintained it. The reflection of Valinor was too perfect, too enticing, like honey masking poison. "This isn't the way back," Gandalf said softly. "This is something else entirely. Its power—" Lumerus shouted, his calm demeanor cracking. "Power beyond what the Valar granted us. Why should we remain limited, bound by their rules and restrictions? We could reshape Middle-earth, make it a new Valinor." The pool's surface began to ripple, and from its depths rose whispers in a language that made Gandalf's blood run cold, the black speech, but older, more primal than anything Sauron had ever wielded. Understanding dawned on him. Lumerus hadn't found a way back to Valinor. He had discovered something left behind from the time before time, when Melkor first rebelled against the music of the Aenir. "You've been corrupted," Gandalf said, raising his staff. "Whatever you found down, there has turned you into something we were sent here to fight against." Lumerus's form seemed to shift and grow, his robes darkening to the color of a void. "Corrupted? No, brother. I've been enlightened. And you will be too, once you understand what I've learned." The battle that followed shook the very foundations of the earth. Two Istari at the height of their power, one wielding the light of the Valar, the other channeling forces that should have remained forever buried. Gandalf's staff blazed with white fire as he fought not just against Lumerus's attacks, but against the temptation the corrupted wizard offered, the chance to return home, to reclaim his full power as Olorin. But Gandalf had learned something in his centuries in Middle-earth, that Lumerus had forgotten. True power lay not in dominion, but in protection. As Lumerus unleashed waves of dark energy, Gandalf stood firm, his magic focused not on attacking, but on containing and purifying. The turning point came when Lumerus attempted to use the pool as a conduit for his power. As he reached into its depths, Gandalf seized the moment to begin an ancient incantation, words of binding that he had hoped never to use against one of his own kind. "Brother, stop!" Lumerus cried, but it was too late. The pool's silver surface began to harden and crystallize, trapping the corrupted Istari's power within it. Lumerus's form began to fade, his essence being drawn into the crystal that was forming. "You doom us all," Lumerus whispered as his physical form dissolved. "The path back will be lost forever. Some paths should remain closed," Gandalf replied sadly, completing the binding spell. When it was done, all that remained was a crystal spire that rose from the ground like a frozen flame, within which swirled clouds of midnight blue. The power Lumerus had discovered was contained, but not destroyed, and Gandalf knew it would require a guardian. In the years that followed, travelers would sometimes speak of a strange place in the wilderness where ancient stones stood in a perfect circle, and at their center, a crystal spire reached toward the heavens. They said that on certain nights, when the stars were right, you could hear voices from the crystal, one voice offering power and glory, and another softer voice, reminding all who passed of the difference between the power to dominate and the power to protect. And if one looked carefully, they might see an old man in gray robes, sitting quietly among the stones, ensuring that some paths to power remained forever closed, while keeping watch for those who might be tempted to follow in the footsteps of the last Istari. Story 6. The ancient runes carved into the cave wall seemed to pulse with an ethereal blue light as Gandalf traced them with weathered fingers. Snow whirled outside the mountain cavern, but the wizard paid no heed to the bitter cold. His eyes, sharp as steel despite his apparent age, widened as he decoded the ancient Elvish script. Each word sent a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the howling wind of the shadowy mountains. "So, it was never destroyed," he whispered, his breath misting in the frigid air. The truth he had uncovered was more terrible than any dark prophecy. The first ring of power, forged before all others, had not been destroyed as legend claimed. Instead, It had been shattered into 3 crystal shards, each containing a fraction of its immense power. The discovery weighed heavily on Gandalf as he descended from the mountains, his gray cloak billowing in the wind. He knew the forces of darkness would already be moving, drawn to the crystal's power like moths to flame. The wizard's mind raced with the implications of what he had learned. If even one shard fell into the wrong hands, it could spark a darkness greater than any seen since the Elder Days. In the fortress city of Minastirith, Gandalf found his first ally, Arwen Silveraro, an elven warrior who had chosen exile after refusing to abandon the world of men for the Undying Lands. She sat across from him in a dimly lit tavern, her silver hair gleaming like starlight, her eyes holding centuries of wisdom and pain. "These crystals," she said, running a finger along the rim of her untouched cup, "they carry the same taint as the rings?" "Worse," Gandalf replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "They are fragments of the very first ring, forged by Morgoth himself before his fall. Each shard contains power beyond measure and corruption beyond understanding." Their next stop was the dwarven forges of Moria, where they sought out Thorin Flamehammer, a master craftsman known for his ability to forge weapons capable of containing and countering dark magic. The dwarf's workshop was a symphony of hammers and flame, the heat from his enchanted forge keeping the mountains cold at bay. I can forge weapons to fight this evil," Thorin declared, his beard braided with strips of metal that glowed with each strike of his hammer. "But we'll need more than steel and spells to track down these crystals." That was where Shadowmane proved invaluable. The shapeshifter appeared in their camp one night as a black wolf, before shifting into the form of a tall, graceful being with eyes that changed color like the aurora. Having walked the hidden paths between worlds, Shadowmane knew secrets about the crystals that even the ancient texts had forgotten. "The first shard lies beneath the ruins of Weathertop," the shapeshifter revealed, hidden in a chamber that only opens during the new moon. "The second is suspended in time within the heart of the dead marshes. And the third," Shadowmane's voice trailed off, eyes shifting from green to gold. "The third was taken by the dragons of the north, who guard it for reasons even they have forgotten. Their quest took them first to Weathertop, where they battled wraiths drawn to the crystal's power. Under the dark of the new moon, they recovered the first shard, its surface black as night, but its core pulsing with a terrible light. Gandalf sealed it within an enchanted box crafted by Thorin, but not before they all felt its pull, its whispered promises of power. The dead marshes proved even more treacherous. Here, time itself bent and twisted around the second crystal. Shadowmane's ability to shift between forms proved crucial in navigating the temporal distortions, while Arwen's elvish nature allowed her to resist the illusions that claimed many travelers. Gandalf himself had to draw upon his deepest reserves of power to create a path through the chaos. But it was in the northern wastes, where the third crystal lay, that their fellowship faced its greatest test. The dragon Khazriel, ancient even by the standards of its kind, had grown mad from centuries of guarding the shard. Its scales had crystallized, transformed by prolonged exposure to the artifact's power. As they fought their way through the dragon's icy lair, Gandalf began to notice subtle changes in his companions. Thorin's eyes lingered too long on the crystal box he had forged. Arwen's hand strayed often to her weapon, her movements becoming increasingly tense. Even Shadowmane's shifts between forms grew more erratic, as if the shapeshifter's very nature was being influenced by proximity to the shards. The final confrontation came not from the dragon, but from within their own ranks. Under the aurora of the northern sky, Thorin attempted to seize both recovered crystals, his mind clouded by their influence. Arwen drew her blade, torn between duty and the crystal's call. Shadowmane shifted rapidly between forms, caught in a storm of conflicting desires. Gandalf stood in the center of this chaos, his staff raised, power gathering around him like a storm. "Enough," his voice thundered, breaking the crystal's hold momentarily. This is why the ring was shattered in the first place, not to divide its power, but to teach us that divided we fall to darkness, but united we can overcome it. His words reached through the crystal's influence, reminding each of his companions why they had joined this quest. Together, they faced Kazriel, not as adversaries seeking to steal the crystal, but as allies hoping to free the dragon from its long, corrupted vigil. The battle that followed would be sung of in halls for generations to come. Thorin's enchanted weapons blazed with dwarven fire, Arwen's blade danced with elvish grace, and Shadowmane's shifting forms confused and distracted the great dragon. But it was Gandalf who struck the decisive blow not with force, but with wisdom. Using all three crystals in concert, he broke the spell that had corrupted Kazriel, releasing the dragon from its centuries-long torment. As the dragon's crystallized scales cracked and fell away, revealing its true form beneath, Gandalf understood the final truth of the shattered ring. Its power had never been in the crystals themselves, but in how they brought together the free peoples of Middle-earth to face darkness as one. In the end, they did not destroy the crystal shards as planned. Instead, guided by Gandalf's wisdom, they separated them once more, not in fear of their power, but in recognition that some forces are best kept in balance rather than destroyed. One shard returned to the depths of Moria with Thorin, another to the twilight realm of the elves with Arwen, and the third to the shifting paths between worlds with Shadowmane. Gandalf alone knew all three locations, and as he stood atop the shadowy mountains where his quest had begun, he smiled. The true power had never been in the crystals, but in the bonds forged between those who had come together to protect Middle-earth. That, he knew, was a magic greater than any ring or crystal could contain. Story 7. The ancient trees of Fangorn forest wept black tears. Gandalf stood at the edge of the darkening woods, his weathered hand pressed against the bark of an elder oak, where once life had flowed strong and vibrant beneath his touch. Now he felt only a faint, sickly pulse. The mighty tree's leaves, usually a lustrous green even in the depths of winter, had taken on a shadowy hue as if viewed through dark glass. Treebird, eldest of the Ents and shepherd of the forest, lowered his branch like arms in despair. Room. The darkness spreads. Gandalf Stormcrow. Each dawn finds more of my charges touched by this. This corruption, the ancient being's eyes, deep as wells of amber, reflected centuries of concern. Even the youngest saplings wither, their songs turning to whispers of shadow. Gandalf moved deeper into the forest, his staff casting a soft silver light that seemed to push back against the unnatural gloom. The air itself felt wrong thick with an ancient malevolence he hadn't sensed since the darkest days of the Third Age. As he walked, movements in the shadows caught his eye. Trees that should have been dormant were twisting their branches like writhing snakes, their bark blackening as if burned from within. When did this begin? The wizard asked, though in his heart he already knew the answer. The signs were unmistakable. He had seen them once before, in another forest, in another age. 3 moons passed. Treebird rumbled, each word measured with the patience of a being who counted years as humans counted days. It started in the deepest groves, where the oldest trees remember the songs of the First Age. Now it spreads like wildfire in drought, but with none of fire's cleansing purpose. Gandalf closed his eyes, memories flooding back of a time long ago, when he was still known as Ol Rin among the Mire. His mentor, Palando the Blue, had attempted a forbidden ritual, one meant to grant him dominion over the very essence of growth and decay. The ritual had gone terribly wrong, corrupting an entire forest in the far east before Gandalf and the other Istari had managed to contain it. I must reach the heart of Fangorn, Gandalf declared, his grip tightening on his staff. But first, I need to recover something I lost long ago. The journey to the lonely mountain was swift, made urgent by the knowledge that each passing day saw more of Fangorn succumb to the shadow. Within the mountain's vast halls, Gandalf sought audience with Corax, one of the last great dragons of the north, who had made a pact of peace with the dwarves centuries ago. The dragon's scales gleamed like burnished copper in the torchlight as it regarded Gandalf with ancient eyes. "The staff you seek," Corax rumbled, smoke curling from its nostrils, "was entrusted to me by none other than yourself, though you wore a different face then. You made me swear to keep it until the day the trees began to weep shadows, and that day has come," Gandalf replied, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. From its hoard, Corax retrieved a staff of white wood that seemed to glow with its own inner light. As Gandalf's fingers closed around it, memories rushed back, memories of who he had been before, of why he had hidden this part of himself away. "The staff contains a fragment of your original power," Corax explained, "from when you first walked Middle-earth. You feared it then, feared what its full strength might do in moments of weakness. Armed with both his staves, one of wisdom, one of power, Gandalf returned to Fangorn. The corruption had spread further in his absence, the shadows deeper, the whispers of the dying trees more desperate. Treebird had rallied the remaining healthy Ents, who formed a circle around the forest's heart, trying to contain the darkness with their own life force. In the center of it all, Gandalf found what he had feared, a tear in the very fabric of nature, leaking the same corrupting magic that Palando had unleashed so long ago. His old mentor's ritual had never truly been contained. It had merely gone dormant, waiting for the right moment to resurface. Drawing upon both staves, Gandalf began an ancient incantation. The white staff blazed with the pure light of creation, while his gray staff channeled the wisdom of ages. The very air seemed to crackle with power as he worked to mend the terror in reality, to cleanse the corruption that threatened to consume all of Fangorn. But the darkness fought back. Shadow-wreathed branches lashed out at him. Corrupt roots burst from the ground, trying to entangle his feet. The trees themselves, driven mad by the corruption, turned against him. It was Treebird and the Ents who saved him, forming a living wall against the onslaught, buying him the time he needed to complete his spell. In the end, it was not raw power that sealed the tear, but understanding. Gandalf realized that Palando's ritual had failed because it sought to control nature rather than work with it. Using both staves in harmony, Gandalf didn't fight the corruption, he transformed it, turning its energy back upon itself, using it to heal rather than harm. A wave of pure light exploded from the wizard, washing over Fangorn Forest. Where it touched, darkness retreated, blackened bark returned to healthy brown. Withered leaves became green once more. The songs of the trees, so long silenced, began to rise again in harmony. As the forest healed, Gandalf understood why he had hidden his original staff away. It wasn't the power he had feared, but the temptation to solve all problems with force rather than wisdom. He knew now that both were needed: power and wisdom, action and patience, the courage to fight and the wisdom to heal. With the corruption cleansed, Gandalf once again entrusted his white staff to Corax, but this time not out of fear. He left it as a reminder that even the greatest powers must sometimes be set aside in favor of gentler means. The dragon understood, adding the staff once more to its hoard, there to remain until the next time Middle-earth faced a threat that required both the power of the old world and the wisdom of the new. Fangorn Forest bloomed again, its trees stronger for having survived the shadow. Treebird and his Ents resumed their eternal vigil, though now they sang new songs, songs that told of darkness overcome not through force alone, but through the combined strength of wisdom, courage, and the unshakable bonds between all living things. And Gandalf, he walked the paths of Middle-earth as he always had, carrying with him the knowledge that true power lies not in the strength of one's magic, but in knowing when to use it, and more importantly, when not to. Story 8. Lightning split the sky above the ancient tower of Minastirith as Gandalf stood at its highest window, his eyes fixed on the roiling clouds that shouldn't have been there. The air shimmered with an otherworldly gleam, and in the distance, where the stars should have twinkled, shadow forms danced and writhed against the night sky. The veil between worlds was thinning. The ethereal form of Galadriel materialized beside him, her presence casting a soft silver light that pushed back against the unnatural darkness. Her voice, though barely a whisper, carried the weight of ages. The barrier weakens, Mithrandir. The ancient wards that separate the realm of the living from the shadow world fail with each passing moment. Gandalf's grip tightened on his staff as ghostly whispers echoed through the stone corridors of the tower. The eternal beacons, he said, his voice heavy with understanding. They must be rekindled. 3 were forged in the First Age. Galadriel's spirit form shimmered as she spoke. 1 in the depths of the earth, 1 in the heart of the sea, and 1 at the crown of the highest mountain. Only together can they restore the balance. The first task was to locate the beacons, lost to time and legend. In the great library of Minas Tirith, Gandalf discovered ancient maps drawn by the first Istari. The earthen beacon lay buried in the deepest vault of Moria. The sea beacon rested in the sunken temple of Ulmo near the Grey Havens, and the mountain beacon stood atop Mount Gundabad, now a fortress of darkness. As Gandalf prepared for his journey, the signs of the weakening barrier grew more apparent. Spirits of the dead began appearing in the world of the living, some peaceful, others filled with centuries of rage and vengeance. Among them was the shade of Durin Vi, the dwarf king who had awakened the Balrog in Moria. Not all who walk between worlds seek darkness, the ancient king's spirit told Gandalf. Some of us seek only justice, or redemption. His ethereal form flickered like a candle in the wind. The Istari. They were not always the guardians you believed them to be. In the depths of Moria, Gandalf discovered the truth behind Durin's words. Ancient runes carved into the walls of the lowest chamber told a story of betrayal. The original Istari had not created the beacons to protect the world of the living. They had created them to imprison spirits they deemed too powerful to control. The first beacon, a crystal sphere that pulsed with earth-on energy, lay within a maze of enchanted mirrors. Each reflection showed a different moment in history, revealing how the Istari had used their power not just to protect, but to control and manipulate. Gandalf felt the weight of his orders past pressing down on him like the mountain above. At the Grey Havens, the sea beacon proved even more challenging to retrieve. The sunken temple of Ulmo shifted with the tides of time itself, appearing only during the alignment of specific stars. With the help of the sea spirits, many of whom had been unjustly bound by their original spell, Gandalf navigated the temporal waters to reach the beacon. The final beacon atop Mount Gundabad presented the greatest challenge. Here, dark forces had already gathered, drawn by the weakening barrier. But among the shadows, Gandalf found unexpected allies, spirits of warriors who had died defending their homes, still seeking to protect the living world despite their own tragic ends. As Gandalf ascended the mountain, the 3 truths of the beacons became clear. First, the barrier between worlds was never meant to be absolute. Some communication between the living and the dead was natural and necessary. Second, the original Istari had overstepped their bounds, using fear to justify control. And third, true balance could only be achieved through understanding and cooperation between both realms. At the summit of Gundabad, with all 3 beacons gathered, Gandalf faced his final challenge. The spirits of the first Istari appeared, their forms both beautiful and terrible, seeking to maintain the rigid barrier they had created. But they had not counted on the alliance Gandalf had formed with the spirits of both realms. Under the storm-torn sky, Gandalf raised his staff, channeling power through the beacons. But instead of using them to reinforce the barrier as they were originally designed, he transformed their purpose. The crystals resonated with a new harmony, creating not a wall between worlds, but a bridge, one that could be crossed only by those with pure intentions. The darkness lifted, replaced by a soft twilight where the living and the dead could meet in peace. Spirits with unfinished business could seek resolution, while those who meant harm remained bound to the shadow realm. The balance the original Istari had sought through force was finally achieved through wisdom and understanding. Durin's spirit appeared one final time before passing into the true afterlife. You have brought justice to both worlds, Gandalf the Grey. The beacons now serve as they always should have, not as prisons, but as guideposts between realms. Galadriel's form shimmered with approval as the new order established itself. The barrier remains, but it is now a living thing, responsive to the needs of both worlds. You have not just preserved the balance, Mithrandir, you have perfected it. The beacons found new homes, one in the rebuilt halls of Moria, one in the restored Temple of Ulmo, and one atop a transformed Mount Gundabad. Each location became a sacred site where, under the right circumstances, the living could commune with the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and wisdom from beyond the veil. Gandalf often returned to these places in the years that followed, watching as the wisdom of the dead helped guide the living, and the love of the living helped heal ancient spiritual wounds. He had learned that true guardianship wasn't about building walls, but about building bridges, and that sometimes the greatest wisdom comes from being willing to question even the most ancient of traditions. And on quiet nights, when the stars shone bright and the veil grew thin, those with pure hearts could still hear the harmonious hum of the eternal beacons, singing their song of balance between the worlds of the living and the dead. Story 9. In the highest tower of Minas Tirith, where ancient tomes slumbered in dust-laden shelves, a young scribe's terrified cry echoed through the marble halls. Gandalf, who had been studying nearby, found the boy staring at his hands as if they held invisible snakes. But it wasn't what was in his hands that caused such terror, it was what wasn't there. The pages he had been copying, containing crucial magical knowledge from the Second Age, had simply vanished. Not torn out, not destroyed, but gone as if they had never existed. Master Gandalf, the scribe, whispered, his voice trembling, "I remember reading about the Battle of the Seven Stars." But now, he gestured helplessly at the book before him, where an entire chapter had become blank parchment. It's as if the words themselves have fled. Over the next few days, more reports arrived from across the great library. Texts about ancient spells, historical battles, and magical artifacts were disappearing not just from pages, but from memory itself. Those who had read the vanished passages found their memories of the content growing hazy, like trying to recall a dream upon waking. Gandalf spent long hours in meditation, his mind reaching back through centuries of knowledge. Something about this felt familiar, a whisper of an old threat, a half-remembered warning. In the depths of his memory, he found a connection to a spell he himself had helped create long ago when he bore a different name and walked different paths. The wizard's investigation led him to the hidden archives, a secret chamber beneath Minas Tirith, where the most dangerous magical knowledge was kept. There, he discovered the first clue, tiny crystals of frozen time scattered across the floor, glinting like diamond dust in his staff's light. The chronolexicon, Gandalf muttered, ancient knowledge stirring in his mind. It was never meant to be used this way. His research revealed a group calling themselves the revisionist Circle Rogue Wizards, who believed they had found a way to rewrite history itself. By erasing certain pieces of knowledge from existence, they hoped to reshape the past to their liking. But they didn't understand the full implications of their actions. Working through the night, Gandalf traced magical resonances through the library. Each vanished text left behind a unique magical signature, like footprints in fresh snow. Following these traces, he began to see a pattern. The disappearances weren't random. The revisionists were systematically erasing knowledge about magical boundaries and limitations. Deep in the archives, Gandalf encountered Eldrith, an ancient elf who had served as the library's guardian for centuries. Her eyes held a strange, shifting quality, as if she existed partially outside of time. "They believe they're fixing the past," she said, her voice echoing strangely. "But they're unraveling the very fabric of reality. Each change creates ripples, distortions in the timeline. Soon, different versions of history will begin to overlap and conflict together." They discovered that the revisionists were using a corrupted version of a spell Gandalf himself had helped create centuries ago, the Chronolexicon, originally designed to preserve knowledge through time. They had twisted its purpose, using it to selectively erase events and knowledge they deemed problematic. As they worked to counter the spell, reality itself began to shift. Different versions of events bled into each other. In one moment, the great hall of Minastirith by the banners of 100 victories. In the next, those same walls showed the scars of battles that had never been fought. Gandalf realized he would have to confront his own past to stop this. The spell's corruption was possible only because of a flaw in its original design, a flaw he had overlooked in his younger days. To fix it, he would need to journey into his own memories, facing moments he had chosen to forget. Through ancient magic and Eldrith's guidance, Gandalf descended into the depths of his own mind. There, he relived the creation of the Chronolexicon, seeing with newer, wiser eyes where they had gone wrong. The spell had been too rigid, too absolute in its preservation of knowledge. It needed flexibility, the ability to accommodate different perspectives while maintaining the core truth of events. Meanwhile, the revisionists made their final move. In the highest tower of the library, they began a ritual to completely rewrite the history of the War of the Ring. But they hadn't counted on the library itself fighting back. Centuries of accumulated knowledge had given the great collection a kind of consciousness, and it recognized the threat to its existence. The final battle took place in a reality-warped version of the library, where books flew like birds and staircases twisted in impossible directions. Gandalf, armed with his reformed understanding of the Chronolexicon, confronted the revisionists. But instead of fighting them directly, he showed them the consequences of their actions, how each change they made created fractures in reality itself. "History isn't meant to be perfect," he told them, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Its flaws and failures teach us as much as its triumphs. In trying to create a perfect past, you risk destroying our future." Using the original form of the Chronolexicon, purified of its corrupting elements, Gandalf began the process of restoration. But instead of simply reversing the revisionists' changes, he created something new, a spell that would preserve knowledge while acknowledging its complex nature. The library's texts returned, but now they contained multiple perspectives on historical events, showing how different peoples and cultures viewed the same moments in time. As reality stabilized, the vanished texts reappeared, but they were subtly different. Instead of single, absolute accounts, they now contained layers of truth, the same events viewed through different eyes. The Battle of the Seven Stars could now be read from both the victors' and the vanquished's perspectives, each version contributing to a deeper understanding of what had truly occurred. Eldrith, whose existence had become entwined with the library's consciousness, became its eternal guardian, ensuring that knowledge would be preserved, but never stagnant. The revisionists, understanding at last the wisdom in preserving even difficult truths, dedicated themselves to becoming true scholars rather than manipulators of history. And Gandalf. He added one final spell to the Chronolexicon, a reminder that the greatest wisdom lies not in controlling knowledge, but in learning from it in all its complex, sometimes contradictory glory. In the years that followed, the Library of Minastirith became known not just as a repository of knowledge, but as a place where the very nature of truth and history could be explored and understood in all its magnificent complexity. Story 10. The setting sun cast long shadows across the rolling plains of Rohan as Gandalf's horse galloped toward a cluster of bandits surrounding a young traveler. The wizard's arrival scattered the attackers like leaves in an autumn wind, their courage failing at the mere sight of his approaching form. But it wasn't the thwarted robbery that held Gandalf's attention. It was the peculiar shimmer of magic that surrounded the young man they had targeted. As the dust settled, Gandalf dismounted, his keen eyes studying the youth before him. The boy, no more than 16 summers old, clutched a worn staff of dark wood. Around him, blades of grass swayed in an impossible breeze, responding to power that leaked from him, like light from a poorly shuttered lantern. "What is your name, young one?" Gandalf asked, though in his heart he already knew what the answer would portend. "Callum, sir," the boy replied, his voice carrying an echo of another that Gandalf had known well too well. "I'm a traveler from the northern settlements," but Gandalf saw beyond the simple clothes and rehearsed story. In the boy's eyes burned the same fierce intelligence he had once seen in Saruman's gaze, before pride and ambition had twisted his old friend's noble spirit. The magical aura surrounding Callum pulsed with familiar patterns, the unmistakable signature of Saruman's bloodline. That night, as they camped beneath the stars, Callum revealed his story. His grandmother had told him tales of his true heritage, of how Saruman, in his final days, had cast a spell of continuation, ensuring his lineage would survive even if he did not. The spell had woven itself into the very essence of his bloodline, passing down not just physical traits, but magical potential, and perhaps most dangerously, fragments of Saruman's own consciousness. Sometimes, Callum whispered, staring into the campfire, "I dream of a great tower of black stone, and I feel power, terrible power." And a voice that whispers of destiny and dominion. Gandalf's heart grew heavy with understanding. Saruman's final spell had been more complex than a simple continuation of his line. It was an attempt at a second chance, a way to potentially restore himself through his descendants. The question that now faced Gandalf was whether to help guide this power toward the light or to try to suppress it entirely. As they traveled together, Gandalf observed how the boy's power manifested. Unlike Saruman's calculated and domineering magic, Callum's abilities emerged organically, often in response to his desire to help others. When they encountered a village suffering from drought, Callum's instinctive magic called forth rain clouds. When they found an injured deer in the forest, his touch helped heal its wounds. But there were darker moments too. When angered or frightened, shadows would gather around him, and his voice would take on the commanding tone that Gandalf remembered all too well from Saruman's later years. During these episodes, ancient words of power would fall from his lips, knowledge he couldn't possibly have learned on his own. Their journey took them to the ruins of Isengard, where the remnants of Saruman's power still lingered in the very stones. As they stood before the broken tower of Orthanc, Callum's inherited memories surged forward. He fell to his knees, overwhelmed by visions of both Saruman's greatest achievements and his terrible fall. It was there, among the echoes of the past, that Gandalf made his decision. Rather than trying to suppress Saruman's legacy within the boy, he would help Callum understand it, and then choose his own path. "The power you carry," Gandalf told him, "is neither good nor evil on its own. It is like a river. It can either nourish the land or destroy it. The choice lies not in the power itself, but in how you direct it." Over the following months, Gandalf taught Callum the arts of magic, but with a crucial difference from how Saruman had approached such teaching. Where Saruman had sought to dominate and control, Gandalf showed Callum how to work in harmony with the natural world. Each lesson was balanced with wisdom about the responsibility that came with such power. The true test came when they discovered one of Saruman's hidden sanctuaries, deep in the misty mountains. Within its chambers lay artifacts of tremendous power and books containing knowledge that Saruman had hoarded. As Callum stood among these remnants of his ancestors' obsession with power, the whispers in his mind grew stronger than ever. But something unexpected happened. Instead of being tempted by the promises of power, Callum began to weep for his ancestors' fall. Through the inherited memories, he felt not just Saruman's ambition and pride, but also the crushing loneliness and fear that had driven him to betray his principles. "I understand now," Callum said, placing his hand on a tome of forbidden knowledge. He wasn't evil, not at first. He was afraid of failing, afraid of not being powerful enough to protect what he cared about. And that fear consumed him. Together, Gandalf and Callum worked to transform Saruman's sanctuary. Instead of destroying the knowledge and artifacts they found, they established a place of learning where future generations could study both the achievements and mistakes of the past. The whispers of Saruman's consciousness, rather than trying to possess his descendant, became a source of historical wisdom, a cautionary tale about the price of unchecked ambition. Years later, Callum established a school of magic that combined the best of both traditions, Saruman's scholarly precision and Gandalf's wisdom about the importance of harmony with nature. The tower where he taught bore no resemblance to Orthunk's imposing darkness. Instead, it was built in harmony with the surrounding forest, its walls covered in flowering vines. Gandalf would often visit, watching with pride as Callum taught young mages not just how to wield power, but how to do so with wisdom and compassion. In his students' achievements, Gandalf saw not just the redemption of Saruman's legacy, but a reminder that even the darkest heritage could be transformed by understanding and love. And sometimes on quiet evenings, when Callum demonstrated particularly impressive magic, Gandalf could swear he saw a flicker of Saruman's old wisdom in the young man's eyes, not the corrupted ambition of his later years, but the true nobility that had made him great in the first place. In these moments, Gandalf felt that perhaps this had been Saruman's true final spell, not an attempt to preserve his power, but a chance to make right what had once gone so terribly wrong.